because there we go. All right. Because I was. Now I'll put that back. All right, and I can mute that. And now I can mute myself and go grab a drink. Be back, everybody.
Alrighty.
My cat's off doing something. 1 second.
Okay, can people hear me? Yay!
There you are. How you doing, Gooney?
Hello. I think it's worked. I'm sorry for the beeping.
Hey, stupid headset.
Sounds like everybody's having problems today. Goodness.
No, it's because I got up and didn't mute myself on Discord, so it's like, you know what, fine, I'll just off my headset. Because if not, you guys are gonna hear my headset disconnect and reconnect every single time I came in and out of Radius.
Showing you the picture of my cat sleeping on the computer, right?
I think so.
You found another strange spot. Hold on. This is hilarious.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we could hear you before, but can you hear us?
I can now hear you. And something has gone wrong with my headphone because I can now only hear out of one ear, and it's really annoying. Oh, it looks like somebody chewed on my wire.
That's always.
Wonder who that would be. Shits.
Not me.
Yeah, I had a pair of headphones that came with my Google Pixel a couple years ago. Took them out of my purse the other day, and they're pretty much chewed in half. So apparently somebody's been on the chewing end of things lately.
Yeah, that's why I don't let any of the animals in the house inside my room where all my electronics.
Well, this is kind of a first, so they don't normally chew cables and wires and stuff. So I'll just have to deal with it, I guess.
Hey, be like our big cat and try to start fires, you know?
All right, hello. Okay, let me see. Looking through my notes here. Last time, just remind me if this is correct. Last time it was open mic night at the Yawning Portal where Clark and Elias Dryflagon were doing improv sketches. Do I have the notes for the right game, or? Oh crap!
Yeah.
No, that's a different game. Okay, that's a different game. All right. Wait, flip. Okay, come on here. Ah, there we go. Okay, we were in Kofu Village last time, right? That sound more familiar?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay, good. All right, excellent. Now let me put this on the correct setting, and I see that it is time. Let me turn off the music. And I will wish everybody welcome to the Walker of Waterdeep. It is Sunday by the clock in the system tray. I have 1 minute after 2 p.m. Eastern And I am joined on the Discord and in the Roll20 by our wonderful cast. I am DM Gallibond, your humble host for the Walker of Waterdeep. And last time we were together on this here channel, the heroes were in Kofu Village, the village of Orochi, the kinder, gentler Orochi. And they were, they had fought off an invasion by some mean-spirited Orochi that just wanted to come in and mess things up. And the party helped to defeat the invaders. And in the wake of that um, victory, the village was visited by four, I think the technical term is ginormous dragon spirits that gave the party a mission and gave the Orochi an ultimatum. Help the party, and we will restore life to the defenders of the city who perished in the previous battle. Fail to help them, and they won't be the only ones that will perish. So the villagers are feeling quite a bit of pressure to help the party get on their way. The party is trying to sort of figure out what to do and where to go. We are all gathered in the home of the Orochi Leafcaller, the elder of the village, and along with them, they have their captive slash guide slash maybe new friend, Bushy Tenderfoot, that has been with them for a few sessions now. And with that, I'm going to move the stream over to the map of where we were, and we can resume. All right. So who can tell me where we were in the discussions at the end of last session? What had you all decided?
An excellent question.
I don't think Elora and
Enka?
Enka, thank you. I'm like, what character am I playing? I don't think we were really in the discussion yet. We were just kind of flopped out on the floor, being
I don't think we
obnoxiously
had-
quiet.
I don't think we had really decided on anything.
Yeah.
There was anything to decide on. We were just gonna let them
Okay.
show us where we're going.
Okay. All right.
Sounds about right.
Because I remember that there was enough of a discussion that you said, "Hey, what about those two prisoners?" And they said, "Well, for some reason, it feels like the stupid token has changed its name." Because I could have sworn that last time we had, oh, there we go. Why did I do that? Okay. I had a super long name on him. That's why it wasn't showing. Okay. I was going to say, I thought we had named the Bushy Tenderfoot, and we had is Zhang. So you had enough of discussion to get Zhang into the house, but you guys may need to catch Elora and Enka up on exactly what is happening.
In the
You
morning.
changed the name because it was going to affect the other Bushy Tenderfoot tokens.
Oh, that's right. Well, we won't have to worry about them for now.
Yeah. we were just given a mission by what is essentially gods of this world, so probably get on that. Galibar will go wake up Enka and Elora.
See, I don't see this playing out too well anymore. You're gonna have a cranky Elora on your hands. I'm warning you right now. Are you sure you want to do that?
Adamant, you have a sensation.
I have a sensation.
Yes, a sensation of communication. Okay, somebody has an open mic and I'm hearing echoes. So Lephram says, "What was that? Something was just here. I couldn't exactly sense what it was, but it seemed pretty powerful. What's going on?" And Pete, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear you.
And no, I had something fly down my throat.
Oh, okay.
Oh. So he's gonna go try to find where that sensation came from.
Oh, okay. You didn't hear any of that?
No, I heard it. I heard it. Gluffer
okay.
said, "What was that?" And I'm gonna go find out.
Oh, well, all right. You think Lephram is talking about the conversation you guys had out in the lawn, or the instructions that you were all given. You guys are learning that your items have sort of it's kind of a strange sense of being able to understand what's going on in the outside world. It's like sometimes it seems like they can listen in and hear everything that's going on, and sometimes it's like they're not fully aware of what's going on, and you haven't quite figured out why that works sometimes and why it doesn't. So, it's like things that are perfectly obvious to you, they'll say, "What's going on?" And then other times something happened, you barely register, and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, did you notice it?" Blah 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 blah.
Right. Okay, I got you. So Adam is going to take a few minutes and explain the situation to Lephram.
Oh. Guardians, they said. Like in the form of like dragons?
Indeed. So guardian seems to be rather a lackluster term.
How so?
Well, if they were guardians, such things would not be happening.
And I suppose that that if you ever had the chance to stand before Moradin, you would say he's not doing his job because from time to time orcs will attack dwarven settlements, right?
No, something is off balance in the world, causing issues between the people they were deemed to protect. Yes. Something is messing with the commune outside influence of the world that they're supposed to be protecting.
Well, you may find, if you live long enough, Or if you have the fate, I won't call it a blessing, I won't call it a curse because I haven't quite decided yet. But if you ever have the fate, like I have, to be trapped in a state like this for a long enough time, you may eventually come to realize, as I have started to suspect, that while the gods certainly seem incredibly powerful and really wise to us, I think there's even limits to what even they can do.
You
So-
think they would at least know what's going on. Hence my
Well,
guardian's comment. Can't call yourself a guardian if you're not a guardian.
Well, just remember this. It's an old saying about dragons on Toril, but I think it probably applies any plane you go to. Be careful how much you criticize a dragon, because you are crunchy and good with ketchup.
Kind of pokes at himself. Not particularly. Maybe perhaps to a rest. Fed nightmares about that particular creature. Never even seen one.
Oh, well, if you do, make sure you keep me the hell away from it.
I shall be doing the same for myself.
Well, good. All right, so you guys should probably decide what you're going to do. I'll shut up now.
He pats the shield affectionately. Ding, ding, ding.
All right, so we're just gonna sit there and watch Elora get her beauty sleep then? Is that...
I said I was waking them
Well,
up.
Enka too.
I said
She
I
just
was
like-
waking them up.
Oh,
I
okay.
gave you a fair warning. Change your mind. You didn't change your mind, so you're gonna have cranky Elora now.
yeah. And just for shits and giggles, Enka might follow her example.
Okay, so Elora and Enka, you get a jostling awake in some form from Galibar.
Enka will open an eye and go, "I will kill you."
Elora will open her eyes and look at Galibar and then just shoot like a deadly glare that I can feel himself creeping inside his boots. And she'll try and roll over and pull the covers over her head.
What do you want?
We've been given a mission by extremely powerful god dragon type thing to go do that.
Does it have to be this instant?
I mean, we should probably do it as soon as possible.
Well, it's the middle of the flippin' night. Yes?
Yes, I don't think.
And some of us haven't had a full sleep. So, we're going to be useless if we were to come to any type of battle. Can we not just have plans to leave at first light with provisions and everything? I mean, it's going to take a little time to put some stuff together.
I mean, I figured you guys should be part of the conversation we're having.
I don't think there's much more to converse about.
Well, especially if you had dragon whatever's basically telling you must go do this. Doesn't sound like there's a lot of discussion to be had. So we know we're going to be going and doing this, shouldn't we at least go prepared?
Okay.
I mean, all we're going to do is slog around in the dark for, how many ever hours. And, we come across an issue, might be screwed because some of us haven't had a full sleep yet.
Go to sleep then.
Then don't wake me up again.
Great. Wake me up and tell me to go back to sleep. Fine. Next time, if he wakes me up, I'm steal his axe.
No, I'm not touching that.
Well, I am.
I'm not sure Elora could pick up the axe.
Doesn't matter. She'll still find a way.
Mhm.
Where there's a will, there is a way.
If I didn't have I think if I didn't have the strength that I have along with powerful build, I wouldn't be. It's meant for a large creature.
We'll see.
Oh, well.
That's all I'm saying. We'll see.
I can
She's a
pick it up.
druid.
Anyway. So,
Oyohusa is
but that,
outside, leaning
ahead.
against the building and listening to this conversation while he's thinking.
Uh-oh. Everybody run, he's thinking.
Oh,
Yes.
Galibar's just outside doing his morning exercises.
What time of evening, morning is it?
Yeah, it's it's still. I think that attack happened during the second watch.
It happened after the
So-
third one.
yeah, it was pretty
happened
early.
after-
It was very early in the morning.
It-
The wee
yeah,
hours.
It happened on the
Second
watch
one,
that I've
Tinker's
been sitting
watch.
on, I think.
It's probably about 4 to 6 a.m.
No, because I was doing first watch and then it had started to
more
go
than
into
one.
second watch, and that was when I noticed.
Yeah, 3 hours into a rest. That's
Yeah.
the notes we have in Discord. It was 3 hours into the
Then
rest.
we went back to sleep, and then after my watch, after my rest had finished, so after the hours, we got the.
That's when the dragon showed up. Right.
Right.
Okay. All right.
I
So
didn't wake up for that, so.
yeah. So we the village elder is they're just kind of listening to you all converse, and she says, there is a difference between tasks that are important and those that are urgent, yes? Doubtless, we all agree that this task set before you is important. And while I will admit that I believe it has a sense of urgency, I do not believe that this urgency is such that you must interrupt your rest and risk your ability to face deadly enemies simply to start it right away. I think you have time to finish a rest, and we will gather some guides that will travel with you to the village. And she has a like a tapestry that she has rolled out on the floor. And it's got a big depiction of the map on it. And as she's talking, and while you all are talking, one or two people from the village come in and will talk to her quietly, and she will send them away, and then other people will come, and she's taking some yarn and she's laying it out on this tapestry. And after a time, you notice that she has sort of laid out what looks like a pathway. Go ahead and bring this over here, and I will zoom out a little bit on the. And by the time you guys finish your rest and wake up, you notice that there are 3 Orochi from the village that are very quietly over near the door inside, just sort of sitting cross-legged on the floor, kind of observing what's going on, but not speaking. And they look as if they are dressed for a journey. And the servants from the house start bringing out morning tea, and they start bringing out platters of breakfast foods. And the Orochi here, they're relatively simple folk, so it's simple but hearty food, and mixture of fruit and vegetable and dishes and a little bit of meat here and there. But they seem to be mostly, starches, grains, whole fruits and vegetables, and then a little bit of meat for protein. And she says, I have spoken with some of our villagers, and we have 3 volunteers that will attempt to lead you to the descendants of the humans that are descended from Numai. These are the Bukoda, and they live here. And she points to this little village here. This village, which is known as Okina. They, in turn, have a good relationship with the Kitsune who live here in the center tree. The path you will take will skirt you around Suzuki Village and around the South Tree, which is where the corrupted Orochi live. Those who came to attack us last night. So you must be careful to avoid them and to have the swiftest and uh, least interrupted path as possible. Jukai Forest is a beautiful place, but like all natural environments, it has its own perils and pitfalls. Um, there are creatures that you must be wary of, predators that lair in the forest, um, and fierce territorial beasts that are there. But probably the biggest danger that you have to look out for is making sure you keep your eyes above toward the canopy because of the tree spiders.
Hmm.
There are enormous.
Tree spiders? Mm-mm. Nope.
Yes, there are enormous spiders that live in the canopy of the trees, and they will make their webs up high to catch uh, flying and climbing prey, but they also watch the forest floor below, and they will drop down to attack unwary travelers that are uh, that come through their territory. So just beware of those. Your guides
Are there-
will. Yes, Galibar.
Galibar says, "Are there any creatures that we should we should not engage or attack at all for, say, spiritual reasons or anything in the world we were in before the one where they came from, uh um Elora. It's like they, for some reason, they really liked deer. So
Hmm.
I'm asking ahead of time, are there anything we should not uh attack?
We Orochi believe that the our philosophy is that if we are not hungry, we do not hunt. And when we are not hungry, as long as creatures do not molest us, we do not molest them. But there are no creatures that we hold so sacred that if one of them attacked us, we would not defend ourselves. So, to answer your question, I would say there is nothing sacrosanct that should be avoided at all cost. But I would also advise that there is no need to engage a creature simply because it is there. If it does not attack you, then it probably does not need to be attacked unless you are hungry.
Okay.
And so they will the three guides from over on the side of the room. They will say, "Oh, we we Orochi do not have um, mounts or horses as the humans have in Iganjo. We travel by foot. Are you all capable of long journeys by foot.
I myself am very capable of it. I can also fly.
Oh, no, that is fascinating.
I do not tire.
Hmm. Well, you all look rugged and hearty, as though you are used to long marches, but we just wanted to be sure. We do have provisions. We will be your guides and your Sherpas, I believe they are called. We will carry the extra provisions. We have additional tents, food for a march of several days. It should take us less than 2 full days, but we always like to be prepared. We have enough food for all of us for 5 days that we will be carrying, and there are several springs and small streams that we know that we will cross where the water is sweet and good, that we can refill water skins along the way. And if we are lucky, we will find a grove of fruit trees that we can find some ripened fruit and enjoy a little bit of the bounty of nature.
Good to me.
And so by this time, by the time, with all the interruptions you had overnight, it's probably the second hour after dawn. By the time that these guys are all here and all ready and everything. And, oh, come on. What is going on here? All right, there we go. Blah, 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 blah. We will say that your 3 guides that are going with you, they are 2 females or no, 2 males and a female. We'll say that the males, 3 Orochi guides from Kofu Village. Males are Guduri and Tiradu. Let's see, Tiradu. And then the female is Yethridi. Okay. So Guduri and Tiradu and Yethridi. So let me go and get this. Okay. So we'll say we have this is Alrighty. And then this is Guduri. And this is Tiradu. Okay. All right. So we have these three. Excellent. All right. And then we have the rest of you guys. So they will double check with you and make sure that there's not anything that you all want to do before you're ready to go. There's not anything any other tasks you need to complete here in the village. They will wait on you to affirm that you all are ready.
Well, Enka will definitely make sure that she's checked over her provisions and her own personal collection, because you never know when you get disconnected, so to speak, from the rest of the party. You need to be prepared. And then she will also ask for basically a cleanup bath if possible, just from all the grime and soot and everything from the night before. And
Okay.
then once she's pretty much awake and all that fun stuff, she's ready to go.
Yeah, they will make baths available. There's that bathroom kind of tacked on to the side of the house where the flagstone floors and
Yeah,
all of the
it's
big
just the way she
copper
wakes up.
bathing tubs.
So.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all. That's all there and available. And they just, if anybody else needs to bathe as well, that's fine. There's time to do that.
Galibar has his prestidigitation.
Okay. All
It
right.
doesn't give you that relaxing, mind focusing joy. But she will
that's what-
actually prestidigitation her clothes to make sure they're clean. Okay, so she'll kind of look at Elora. You ready? Is she still sleeping? Oh, oh, oh,
No.
Oh no, I was still muted. After Laura seen Enka go into the bathroom, she would instantly be like, "The bathrooms are open!" So she'll follow her and go into a cannonball beside Enka and soak her before she has a chance to step 1 foot in the tub.
Which just makes her pause and then roll her eyes and gets in the tub.
Well, who can't say no to a good bath?
Well, apparently, our one cohort in crime can. Because he can use his magic.
But Elora will nod her head and say, "Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I need. I think. And then she'll start counting on her fingers, almost trying to remind herself of what she needs to do and what she needs to focus on. And it's like, yep, I'm good.
Okay. All right. So, the journey then will commence, and you all will travel from Kofu Village, and you travel through a stand that this is not to scale, so don't worry about the distances on here. You travel about half a day, and you get the early afternoon. You get to the far side of this little forest area here. It's kind of a thicker part of the forest. All of this area is considered Junkai forest, but there's little regions that they consider groves where the trees are thicker, and you can recognize. You don't know what the species of birds are, but you recognize bird song that's in the air, and there's kind of a breeze that seems to be coming from the southwesterly direction. Kind of maybe that flows down uh, along the mountains and out towards the forest, and the air in the thicker parts of the forest is relatively still, but you can sometimes hear the rustling of the leaves far above in the canopies. And the first few times, you guys all are thinking of spiders, and so you look up and you look up and you don't see anything, and um, your guides, they will kind of notice that, and um, they will see you sort of reacting every time you hear a rustling of the leaves, and you can see they kind of smile to themselves and chuckle a little bit uh, when you have that reaction. And so the terrain here is kind of rolling hills, if you will. Nothing too terribly steep, and you obviously can't get vistas during while you're going through the forest. You just see the forest ahead, but they seem to be following not any real roads that you would think of as roads where vehicle or even heavy horse or foot traffic would be, but they're following more tracks. And these are probably, if you had to guess, probably tracks that were initially things like game trails, stuff like that, that the Orochi just have adopted for their own use. And so they seem to be very confident about where they're going and where they're turning, and they followed these things along. And it's you can sort of smell the different scents of the forest. There's the kind of the resin of the trees that you can sort of get a scent out from time to time, and there's every now and then you'll see like little animals that will sort of little herbivores that will be nibbling on something, and as you get close enough, they'll sort of scatter. There's squirrels of various types, the little rabbits, stuff like that run off. And so they stop just before you exit this grove of trees. They suggest this would be a good time to stop and have sort of a midday meal. And they break out the provisions that they have, and there's there seems to be a traveling type of food that the Orochi have, and this traveling food reminds you, those of you who have traveled in the company of surface elves, um, kind of like a sort of rolled granola type of thing, where it's kind of dense and it's maybe all held together by like partly partly candied honey, that holds all the stuff, but it's got nuts and it's got dried fruits and it's got some sort of grains and stuff in there, that are all there. And it's kind of a dense, a little bit sweet, not super super sweet, but it just has kind of a real dense flavor. And of course, Adamant. These folks, unlike the Aki, don't have anything that would be suitable for a Warforged, because their level of technology is just not quite there. They don't have anything, but I think you have, between what you brought from Ravnica and what you found with the Aki, you have enough to keep you going for a while.
Yeah.
All right. So then you kind of cross this more open, expansive area, and you can see, kind of east and west here as you travel northward along this area. There are little sparser groves of trees, and the grass here is kind of a pale green, kind of maybe waist high on a human. So it's tall in places, but it's the carpet of grass is a little shorter broadleaf type of grass that seems to have sort of little runners and things like that. And you travel for a few hours, and then you can see this big, huge, massive expanse of trees in front of you. And they say, well, we should be able to get into the forest before nightfall, and we can either make our camp after we get into the forest, or if you all wish to travel at night, since we got a late start, we can push on for a couple of more hours. I don't know how well any of you can see in dim light. There are night insects that glow, but they hardly provide any sufficient illumination. And in the darkness, you sometimes have to watch for tree roots and things of that nature that are out in the path. So we can travel further after dark, or we can make our camp as soon as night falls. And they
Enka
seem
will
to
look
look at
around
you
at the
all.
other people in the group. I really can't see well, but as long as somebody else can and lead through for a while, I can follow.
I can create light.
Oyohusa, Yeah, as a wood elf, um, you do kind of have an affinity for all forests. The While you were in Ravnica, you certainly had a it kind of was almost there was this little bit of a depressed feeling in you because the only place that you all went that wasn't the only two places that you all went that weren't completely built up with city were either the wastelands outside beyond the borders of the city proper, or the sort of green space over in that one precinct where the great tree was. And yeah, that great tree was nice, and you certainly felt the power, its natural power and its natural life force there. But all around it, the greenery and the gardens and everything, they were all very manicured and really far too controlled, if you will, for the taste of a wood elf. And then when you were in Innistrad, damn, those forests were just creepy. I mean, it was like there was just even the parts of the forest that you went through um, that were healthy and weren't suffering blight. There's just sort of this darkness and heaviness and almost intangible, very subtle sense of evil that just pervaded everything there. It's kind of like, ugh, just enough to eventually make a wood elf skin crawl, being in those areas. This feels like a proper forest. The trees are not ones that you recognize because you can look at it and you say, oh, okay, well, maybe that's something similar to an oak, and maybe those over there are similar to pines, and maybe those over there are similar to ash or larch or whatever. But it's not quite exactly the kinds of trees that you're used to from Toril. So from that standpoint, it doesn't seem familiar, but from sort of the spiritual sense of a wood elf's well-being, now this feels like a proper forest. It feels like just
Feel
all
like
the
coming home.
it feels like all the flora in here belongs here. Everything, it's a natural system that hasn't somehow been corrupted or twisted or manipulated or um, managed. It's just there's some sense of rightness about it, in the same way that the forests of your youth and the forests around the Sworded Coast just have this rightness to them that everything feels like it belongs together. Except, of course, those forests where there is blight or those types of things. So, from that standpoint, it feels, but there's nothing tickling your mind um, that you feel any kind of particular connection to this place. Um,
Does Oyohusa look like he's relaxed?
yeah, does he?
Did we lose him?
I don't think so. I think he's just being quiet.
He looks relaxed, and you'd almost swear he's smiling.
Should we be afraid if he's smiling? Or is it a comfortable smile of, I don't know, fond memories or something?
It's not a full-on smile, but you can see that he seems to be enjoying himself.
That's good.
But
Okay.
at the same time, I don't know. You have to roll an insight check.
Yep.
Yeah, you're welcome to do that.
Okay. Do. And of course, now the game decides to be slow.
Nat 20. So,
Wow. Yeah, I
Oyo.
haven't gotten a chance to roll yet.
Quiet.
Oyo, time to 2 nat 20s actually.
Here.
Time to sort of bare your soul.
Well, he's always really good at hiding his feelings, so let's see. Okay. You get the impression that he is actually very happy. And he is relaxed. For the first time in weeks.
I'm just gonna say Galibar recognizes it because he's known that feeling a lot while being in forests.
Mm-hmm. And Galibar, yeah, you have that same sort of sense of just rightness about this place. There's, yes, you understand that the spiritual world may be out of balance. Yes, you understand that there may be conflict between the sentient races and these kami that, you fought some of them, but still kind of weird and uncertain what the hell they actually are. Yes, you've heard that there's demonic spirits and you've seen ogres but this is just a real natural system. And unlike the sort of artificial nature that the Ravnikins have tried to construct, and unlike the just corrupt and creepy environment of Innistrad that just kind of drags everybody down, this just feels a little bit refreshing.
Compared to the other places he's been, Galibar loves this place. There's strong enemies to fight. There's freaking dragon gods that talk to him. There's natural forests. But he will lean to talk to one of the, I guess, the snake people that for some reason in my mind.
Yeah, Orochi.
The Orochi, and he'll ask those spiders. Are those night hunters?
Oh, some of them hunt by night, yes, and some of them hunt by day. We noticed earlier that you all seemed startled every time there was a rustling of the leaves in the canopy. And it amused us because, of course, the spiders are not going to let you know they are there if they can help it. You must see them before they see you. And they are quite silent when they choose to attack, whether that is by day or night. We would suggest posting a watch while we sleep We have enough tents here for our entire group. If you all did not bring any shelter with you, and we are prepared to set the tents. We know of several small clearings that would be probably advisable, since we don't want to camp directly under the canopy. It would be too easy for the spiders to crawl over and drop down into our camp by night if we were directly under the trees.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, if we were close to any of those clearings. Yeah, we should hopefully get to one of those quickly as possible, because as it gets darker, it's much harder for half of.
Very well. And one of them looks and says, I would estimate from the light we probably have another half hour or so before the sun dips below the horizon. I know of a clearing approximately 15 minutes march in this direction, and points off a little bit to the northeast. And so they lead you there, and indeed there's a small clearing. And when I say small clearing, I mean probably like 80 feet across. It's not a circular clearing, but it's kind of an irregular sort of shape. But at its widest point, it's about maybe 80 feet across, and in one of the narrower dimensions, it's maybe like 30 or 40 feet across. But it's sort of kind of around, and there's there's a couple of little rocks in there, but there's nice open space towards the middle that's just sort of grass. And you do see where there's actually a ring of stones, and these are small stones, 5 to 8 pound stones, kind of rounded, probably river rocks that were brought here from someplace. And in the middle of that, it's about a 5 or 6 foot wide circle of stones. In the middle of that, the ground is kind of charred. So it looks like this is a place that is, that when people are passing through, they do occasionally stop here and probably use this as a
Campsite?
kind of a campsite, yeah, that travelers through the forest would use. So
While they were still on the way there, and when the clearing was in sight, Elora would like knock Enka's elbow for a moment and say, "Hey, watch me." I shall try and sneak up behind Oyohusa, which was smiling so ever brightly and everyone else seen. She would go and try and jump on his back and say, "Oh, poor me, my feet hurt." Just to try and ruin his mood a little bit.
You're so mean. I'm just gonna ruin his mood a little bit.
Roll for stealth.
Yeah, roll for stealth.
Beat a 25.
I still don't have my bonus yet because of my.
Yeah, Oyo, clomp, 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 clomp. Breaking twigs, and it's unmistakably this is Elora running out.
Meanwhile, Enka's like just shakes her head and rolls her eyes a little bit and just keeps right on walking.
Do I have a sense of what she's trying to do? Or do I need to do an insight?
Oh, you don't need to do an insight, but I mean, you definitely notice her coming. So if you want to know what it looks like she's doing, you can just simply turn and look.
I'll use my peripheral vision.
I was gonna say, you can probably roll an inside of Elora telling Enka, "Hey, watch me do this."
Yeah, it's like you in your peripheral vision, you know that Enka is not holding anything other than what she normally carries, but out of your peripheral vision, it's almost like you see a spectral can of beer in in Enka's hand that
Here,
has
hold my beer.
that has a residue of Elora's lipstick on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's that whole here. Watch this.
Hold my beer.
beer.
I like it. I like it. I like the metaphor.
That's pretty good.
I'll see what she does.
Okay. So Elora, there's no outward sign that your prank has been detected. So what were you planning to do?
So the failure of being sneaky while doing it, she'll
Well,
still
you
go.
you don't know yet that you failed at being
Yeah.
sneaky. So what were you planning to do?
She'll still go up behind him and jump on his back and just basically wrap her arms around his shoulders and just, oh, my feet are tired.
Okay, so Oyo, this dark elf has just leaping into the air. Looks like she's going to try to land on your back, kind of like she thinks she's Yoda and you're Luke Skywalker.
Give her the old sidestep. No, I'm just kidding. I'll let her jump on me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean she's an elf. She doesn't weigh very much.
God,
so,
I hope not.
I'll Oyo wrap his hands underneath her knees and he'll lift her up, and I see that the forest has put you in a good mood as well.
Orla won't say anything, but she'll look over to Enka and do like a woot woot type of thing.
And
with her
Enka will
fist.
just graciously nod and smile, like, yeah.
And she'll bend her head down to look at him straight in his eyes and says, "You really think so?" And she'll pull the corners of his mouth and say, "Well, I think you're the one very smiley."
It is a beautiful forest, and it's been so long since we've seen a forest that wasn't fucking corrupted with evil, or dead or undead, or
Sorry.
trees trying to kill us. I'm sure this forest has its own dangers, but it feels so good to have all of my senses tingling with.
Spider
Just-
creepy crawlies. No, not those tingles. I'm having those tingles.
No.
and Enka's like, I'm sure she is. Yep.
and
Go ahead.
Torado, one of your guides from the village, Torado, he seems to overhear Oyohusa's words, and he says, "Trees tried to kill you?"
Yes, very pissed off demonic ints.
Oh, gods preserve us. This was not here in Kamigawa, I hope.
Do you have such shepherds of the forest here?
I have never seen any in Jukai Forest. There are stories. Stories that come occasionally of shepherds of the trees that walk through some forest, distant lands. But I don't believe any exist here. All the trees here, I believe, are just happy rooted where they are. As long as, of course, you don't try to cut them down. But then I imagine they're not very happy with that.
In my
I have-
culture, there's many stories of such creatures, and my ancient ancestors, some of them knew how to speak with such creatures, if you will.
Oh,
I heard that it was quite difficult, and anything worth saying in ninjas takes a very long time.
mm. I can imagine. Yes, the trees see many generations of Orochi, and a seedling planted by a grandfather may eventually provide shade for his grandchildren when they have children of their own. But yes, that's quite satisfying. Oh. It would be interesting to know what goes through the thoughts of a tree. One would hope that they would look kindly on us as we enjoy their shade.
Galibar looks up at Elora and says, "You could talk to, can't you? You're a druid."
Talk to what?
Trees.
No. She's still a little bit sarcastic to Galibar for trying to wake her up. Yeah, fine, yes, I can. But then she looks around. I don't see a point to right now.
Okay.
And the Orochi will begin when they get to an area near this ring of stones that looks like it's normally used for campfires. They will begin to put down their packs, and they'll start to pull out the series of like bamboo poles that are designed that they can be put together. And they start to do that, and a couple of them start rolling out these canvas things and folding them out, and you realize, oh, those are the cloth that are to put up a number of 10.
Are you there, Gally? Kind of broke off.
Oh, yep, I'm here.
Okay. Oyo let Elora slide off his back, kind of slightly forcing her to, but in a way that it just seems natural. And
Okay.
he looks to the rest of the group and he'll say, "Do we want to sleep under the stars, or should I use my fortress?"
It might be better to use fortress as we know specifically what is out here.
Indeed.
The Orochi look and they say, fortress.
Yes, I have the magical means of creating shelter.
Oh. Oh, is there enough for all of us?
Yes, I do believe it would be snug and comfortable.
Well, can we help you erect this, or?
No, I just need people to stand out of the way.
Oh, okay. So they will gather their things, and I'm sure you'll kind of point out the area that you need, and they'll all make sure that they're out of the way.
Yeah, he'll kind of erect it like behind the fire pit because maybe they want to build a fire. Or
Yeah.
even though they can build one inside the fortress if they like, but it might be a nice little communal thing. And he'll pull his replica out of his bag and he'll set it on the ground and he'll walk away and he'll say, "Sorry, door," and the tower will rise.
They there's this intake of breath, and they kind of involuntarily take a step back as this big metallic tower rises up from the earth, and their eyes are kind of wide, and they look at each other, and then they look at you all, and they say, "Oh, clearly, ambassadors, you are. You bring marvels. You've never seen such a thing. Oh, this is amazing." They go up and they put their hands on the side of the tower and they kind of knock on it. Oh, this is very sturdy.
He says, "There is a full hearth and kitchen/utensils area," and he'll say, "Sorry, door," and the door will open and they can go in and look around if they like.
Okay. They walk in and oh my goodness, this is tremendous. And they look, there's a sense of kind of wonder that's on their faces, but there's also something else. If anybody wants to do an insight check.
Oh, heck, I will, because, the first one bombed so horribly.
There's another crate. And what are we rolling insight check on?
Yeah.
The reaction of the Orochi that are with you.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. This one pretty much falls just around what you'd expect. Everybody except Galibar meets the threshold for this one. Yeah, you guys sense that they are in complete awe of this, but they certainly feel like this is a secure shelter, but they feel a tiny bit uncomfortable here. And Enka and Elora can't quite put a finger on why, but Adamant and Oyo, you get a sense it's because this building is made of metal. And that's just something very foreign and unusual to them.
If you'd like, we can go up to the top. And you'd be under the stars again.
Oh, you can go to the top of this.
Indeed, that is usually where I am.
Oh. And they look at Oyohusa, may we?
Please, of course. There is room for beddings and hammocks on the second floor. And there's an area on top through that hatch.
Oh. So they will go up and they will explore and they will go up to the hatch. And when they, those of you that follow them up onto the roof, you see that once they can see the sky above, they do seem to be a little bit more comfortable and a little bit more relaxed. It's like, oh, okay, but they're like, as they see you, they say, "This is truly a marvel. This is beyond anything we have ever experienced. Where did you find such a thing, or did you create it? Is your magic powerful enough that you all created this?"
No, I did not. I found it in a peculiar shop, and I had to have it once I saw it.
Oh, this is tremendous. Can hardly conceive of a world where a thing like this would be something you could find in a shop. Oh, you would think all the Aki with all of their magic might dream this up in some sort of uh, fanciful dream. They might come up with something like this. Ha.
I must admit, it looks a little rather industrial, if you will, but I think it would be rather cool to have this version in a big tree house.
Oh.
Perhaps
Oh.
that could be arranged from somewhere else. I don't know. Anyway,
That could be.
you're
That
more than
could
welcome to stay here tonight, or you can build a fire in that pit outside and bed near it. But I must say, once I close the door, I'm the only one that can open it.
Oh, well, we will. Oh, we are happy to stay here in the tower. Certainly, it is secure. Um, Before we completely turn in for the night, would you all like a fire? We can easily gather wood and create a fire, and perhaps um, have our dinner around the fire. Or do you usually eat inside the tower?
Normally, we use the inside, but it looks like it might be a beautiful evening. We could do it outside. If you think it's safe.
Oh, yes, yes. This spot is known among many of the tribes as a safe spot. It has been years since there has been any spider attacks this far away from the woods. We should be fine here. And with this tower, I can hardly imagine anything thinking a big box of metal like this would seem appealing.
Elora kind of goes into her distance and remembers that her arm almost got eaten off on the top of this thing. As just fear goes over her face and she just becomes even more quiet. Yeah.
Weren't those spiders too?
There was a big, huge glump thing that you guys turned into, not a snail, but you threw it in the river and cast downstream.
It was a gigantic slug or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a big worm.
Mhm.
Is that Mulgroth monstrosity?
Mhm.
I was just
From
trying to feed
Innistrad.
it.
Yeah.
You fed it all right.
Yeah, it almost made a meal out of Galibar. All right. So they have a fire. They will as the night sky darkens and all the stars begin to appear, they will point out to those of you who have not been in Kamigawa before or for any extended period of time, they will point out to you the constellations that have significance to their tribes. And, there's a couple of stories. Oh, well, that over there is the princess, and that over there is the hunter, and that over there is the spider that is said to have woven the web that created the forest in the first place, and that is the that's kind of the tyrant over there. And then there's the what the hell, I've got to go find the name again. That is the guardian. And I have do. Okay. Fiddle faddle. Here we go. No, that's just the other name. Well, nuts. Okay, did I put those names in here last week? I think I did. I've got all the names, but I just need to remember which one goes with which. Okay.
While they're talking, since I'm aware of the constellations and what the Academy calls certain constellations, etc., I'll be I've pulled out my book and begin scribbling some notes and
Okay.
taking some information down.
A lot of the constellations have the same names as the ones you learned in the academy, although you realize that on a couple of the constellations, the stories that the Orochi have about them are different from the stories that you've heard about them.
Gotcha.
So it's the same constellation, but clearly to the it's mainly the moon folk that run the academy. So probably everything is more culturally oriented to their stories.
Right.
They have certain stories about these constellations, and now these Orochi, they have a different set of stories about the same constellation, even though they all use the same name for them.
Okay.
All right.
Isn't there a star missing the sky or something?
That's where
I
you
don't know,
said.
Ethan, like a few sessions ago, point that out, but
Yeah, I had pointed that out, but wasn't that a dragon?
Yes.
Yep, that's the one that you guys have. That's the one that you guys have been asked to help.
Find.
Yeah. Well, help to restore.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you need to find him first and then restore him.
Gotcha.
Oh, I know why I can't put my finger on it. Is because I was reading it off of a website last week. There we go.
Somebody have the hiccups?
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I didn't think they would arrival.
They were so cute.
Then never
Okay,
curious
yeah.
please then.
Yes, the one that they particularly point out is Jugon, the Rising Star, and that is one that appears in the east early in the night and travels from the east to the west overnight. And they say that is Jugon, who was in the village last night. Jugon is the protector of the Jukai forest. So it's a particularly good night when you can see Jugon rise. And so they seem to be very happy with that. And they will tell several stories associated with Jugon in the forest and whatnot.
Cool.
And so as the fire dies to embers, they and after the meal, they will shuffle on into the tower with you guys, so that Oyohusa can close up the door, and then with you all's consent, they will sleep on top of the tower, and each one of them will take a watch during the night.
Of course, Adamant will be up there with them.
Okay,
So is
all right.
Galibar, as always.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, a nice cozy little area, and they have little sleeping mats that they lay out on the metal top of the tower. And let's see. I guess it will be. Guduri will take the first watch. Yethedri will take the second watch, and Tiradu will take the last watch.
Now I'll be able to wake for the fourth watch.
Okay, all right.
During the first watch, Galibar will help. Although he is going to use his boots for those 2 hours, doing boots for 4. He is going to spend about 200 feet above the.
Okay, so he's just going to rise up into the air, 200 feet above the tower. And when you first take flight, that way they're fascinated. They had obviously you had caught several times during the day. They kind of were looking at your boots, but they didn't say anything. They probably thought those winged patterns on them were some sort of design feature, but then when they actually fold out and begin flapping and you rise up into the air, they're almost as astonished with those as they are with the tower itself. These are, these people have their own brand of magic that they do, but clearly, like, magical items don't seem to be a part of their tradition, or at least not functional magic items like that. Maybe they have magical weapons or things of that nature, but nothing really fancy like big towers or flying boots.
I'm about 200 feet above the tower, just keeping an eagle's eye watch on the clearing for those 2
Okay.
hours.
Okay. Well, go ahead and give me a perception check, Galibar. Now, we've established as a half orc you do have dark vision. And what is the range of that?
Dark vision is only. Galibar isn't very smart because it's probably hindering his dark vision. Since his dark vision is only 60.
Okay.
But
all right.
he'll probably notice any movement, which is what he's.
Yeah. 17. That's not bad. You notice maybe an hour into your watch, you notice kind of off over that way near the edge of the woods, there's a creature, and at first you can't tell whether it's one creature or whether it's two creatures because it's kind of odd the way it moves. But there's a creature that in some senses looks like a wolf. It's got that kind of canine shape like a wolf. The body seems a little bit longer than, proportionally a little bit longer than what you would think of as a wolf. And you realize as you see it step out of the clearing and sort of like sniffing around, and it takes a few strides into the clearing, you realize the reason that you couldn't tell at first whether it's one creature or two creatures is because this wolf has 6 legs. And, it's kind of sniffs there, and, its ears do that little thing, that canine ears do, kind of where they're turned around listening to stuff. And, it kind of makes its way across, looking like it's going to just go straight across the clearing to the other side. And it gets about 3/4 of the way across, and it suddenly just stops. And then its head turns and looks in the direction of the tower. And, its tail is just out, like, something's weird. And it looks in the direction of the tower, and, its ears are doing that thing, and its head kind of turns a little bit to the side, like, okay, was that here before? You almost feel like something's kind of different. And then, it would be too far away to kind of tell real subtle movement. Then for some reason, it just, on continuing the direction it was going, it just bolts into the woods and disappears. So it like came out of one side, walked across, noticed the tower, looked at the tower for a couple of minutes, and then poof, just ran into the woods the same way it was going. Like it decided it didn't want to be there anymore. And that's really the only thing you notice other than the sound of the night insects and the breeze and everything. So your watch passes otherwise uneventfully.
Okay, I just fly back down, and I'll ask the person that was watching with me, what those 6-legged wolves.
Ah. Oh. Yes, those are the Junkai wolves. They are they are a strange breed. The only wolves I have ever seen that have the 6 legs, but in other respects, they seem to be like any other wolf. They will hunt vermin, rabbits, squirrels. Occasionally, they might take a deer if they get really hungry. There are not many of them. I believe that at one time the human hunters from Iganjo prized them because of their unusual coats, and so they were hunted very close to being completely disappeared altogether. But there are several small packs of them. They, unlike other wolves, they do not howl. So if you do hear any wolves, those would be the garden variety, 4-legged kind. But I do not know why the Junkai wolves have 6 legs. It is a curious thing. But if you leave them alone, they generally will leave you alone. And they seem to be more afraid of those of us who walk on 2 legs than we are of them.
I was gonna try to talk to it, but it dashed away before I could go down.
Oh. Well, yes. Talking to trees and talking to animals. This is very interesting.
A large part of my magic happens from spirits of animals and everything.
Curious. Well, perhaps tomorrow you will have to tell me some stories of those. But for now, I believe I must turn in. And he goes over to wake the next member of his team that is to be on watch. And
I think I've asked this before, and I probably have because I remember doing it. But I could meditate.
You can meditate. Okay. Half works. I think half orcs actually have to sleep. But yeah, I mean, you can meditate, but you cannot substitute meditating for getting a long rest if that's what you're asking. I don't think.
Because I remember doing it before, but I'm not sure if it was actually contributed to a long rest.
Yeah. I don't think not unless you have a specific feature in your class or in your as part of your barbarian path that allows you to do that. I don't think half orcs as a race get that meditation as a long rest in the way that elves do. I think that kind of awareness substituting for a long rest is something that's unique to elves and Warforged. I don't think the other races get it. So if you find something that's a feature, you can send it to me and let me know. But otherwise, your meditation is more just like a 21st century's human meditation, where it's kind of trying to quiet your mind and think about stuff. It's not really actually contributing to rest. All right, so second watch apparently passes with no issues. After 4 hours, of course, Oyohusa is done with his elf meditation. And then third watch. Adamant, were you going to do third watch or fourth watch?
Fourth. I'm going to do
Okay.
fourth.
All right. So third watch appears to go without incident unless, Oyohusa is going to go up to the top, or I don't know whether he's going to stay inside or be on
Okay,
top
so
of the tower.
he's got his meditation in for the night, I guess.
Yeah. After 4 hours, you have your meditation in.
He's gonna get out of his bag and light a stick of incense that should really help people relax and induce sleep better for some. And
Okay.
he'll pour him a mug of tea and he'll head up top for his watch.
Okay. So as you open the hatch to the top, you see that Yathridi is waking Taradu. And Yathridi, the female Orochi, is getting ready to turn in. And Taradu is getting ready to start his watch. And Taradu looks to you and nods.
Evening.
Good evening. You having trouble sleeping?
No, I have rested is all I need for tonight.
Oh. Interesting. Is it a tradition among your people, or?
You could say that.
Hmm.
It's just how we are made.
Ah, okay. Well, that would be nice to require only a short nap to be fully refreshed and ready for the next day.
It does come in handy, I assure you.
Oh, I am certain. So, tell me, Oyohusa. Tell me something of your travels. I'm curious about where you all have come from.
Some of us come from a distant world named Toril.
Toril. Oh, sounds like a lovely place.
It is quite big. I have not traveled across all of it. A large portion of it, yes, but there are still places unknown to me. It has every different kind of landscape you can think of. Many different oceans and seas and very many different cultures.
I am told that there are worlds where there are waters so large that you can look in every direction and not see the sight of land. I would find that terribly frightening.
Yes, but to those who love the water, it's quite the opposite.
Yeah, very strange, very strange. Well, your world sounds lovely. Tell me, of all of the landscapes that you have traveled in, what is the terrain that you find the most hospitable.
I'm sorry?
Oh, of all of the different terrains that you have traveled in, the different landscapes, what terrain do you find the most hospitable, the most comfortable to your liking?
Well, I particularly enjoy the forest, as
Ah,
my people are from the forest, and I enjoy the mountains, so maybe a little bit of both.
yes. Yes, there are places in the. There are places far, far away to the north where you will find some hills, low mountains that are covered in forest up to their shoulders, with only the crowns of the mountains above the trees. It they give the appearance sometimes. We joke among ourselves that they give the appearance of like the humans when they grow older. Um, the males, when the hair sort of falls off of the top of their head and just leaves bare skin. Uh, it's kind of a humorous thing that we think about when we see those mountains. But yes, those are very nice. Beyond the falls, beyond where the Great Academy is. Up near the headwaters of the Yumegawa River.
I'm
If you
sure
have time.
we will see it.
Hmm. Well, good. You will be pleased to know that uh, my companions have reported no disruptions for this evening. So if if the spirits are with us, then the rest of the night will pass equally quietly.
Well, it is lovely. The sounds this forest makes, it is healthy.
Yes. Yes, it does have a very pleasing sound. I myself have lived my whole life in the forest. I've only traveled briefly uh, in the swamps and the plains. Um, the swamps, there is a there is an odor of decay about the swamps that I do not find pleasing. And in the vast open plains, I feel a bit exposed, not sheltered, safe as I do in the forest. But that perhaps is just because it is the environment I have always known. It would be nice to see other types of landscapes, but I think I would not like to be too far from a forest if I were going to live someplace different.
Let me ask you something.
Of course.
Have you ever met these monks that live deep in the forest?
Ah, you speak of where we head now. The The Bukoda. I have met one or two of them. They seem nice enough. They are quiet and contemplative for the most part. But there is also something of a sadness about them. Humans to me strike me a bit like Aki in a way. Their natural inclination is to build and to experiment and to explore. And it's said that at one time the kingdom of Numai in Takanuma Swamp was a marvelous place where engineers had created extensive waterworks and had turned some of the decayed parts of the swamp into fresh pools of clean and clear water that were the envy of nearly every place in Kamigawa. But I don't know, something happened. I do not know the story. Perhaps they can tell you.
I read about that in a library held by the leader of the Inaki. I'm sorry, the Naki. Yes,
The Aki, yes.
the Aki. Yes. That they had quite the extensive hanging garden.
Yes, that is what I am told. I would love to have seen that. Sounds beautiful.
Yes, I've not quite experienced such a thing. Can you imagine just massive hanging garden of flowers and trees and bushes and whatnot?
It would be lovely just to lie there and look at the different plants and watch the shadows change as the sun makes its march across the sky.
Yes. I also read that it was well known that they had a certain type of flower that bloomed at night and it permeated the entire city.
Yes, there are some night flowers in the forest, and at certain times of year when the breeze is right, if you open the windows of your home, you will smell the sweet aroma of the flowers on the night air. Of course, we like to keep the shutters closed when it is the time for the corpse flowers to bloom.
Corpse flowers.
Yes. Yes, they are called that because their scent is like the scent of rotting flesh.
Oh my god.
Yes, it's very, very strange. I do not know why they have this odor. They are, as you walk through the forest, you can sometimes, if you come near them and you smell that odor, you will see great clouds of black flies near these flowers.
I see. What are they for? I mean, what cycle of life do they represent? What is their purpose? I mean,
He shrugs his shoulders. He says, "They do not produce any fruit that is edible. Um, as far as I know, from what little I have heard from the druids, uh, they are simply flowers that use carrion insects and the insects that normally feed on decaying flesh to pollinate them. So they use that odor to attract them. The way that other flowers will sometimes attract uh, bees
do
that
they
make honey.
do they have a medicinal purpose?
You would have to ask the druids of that. I do not know.
Hmm. Fascinating.
Yes. And you can make a perception check just to see if you get anything higher than your normal passive. Okay. Yeah. The rest of the night passes uneventfully for you, and then later when Adamant is up as well, or when he comes out of his his hibernation or whatever he calls it, that he does, and other than the sounds of the night insects, there's really not much of anything that any of you guys notice. And the morning comes, and after a light breakfast, you'll continue on your way. And we will continue on the way after we have our break. I have 3 after the hour, so why don't we go ahead and take a break until 15 after,
Okay.
All right.
and we will resume then. Um, Viewers, thank you guys for being with us on the stream. We are going to continue our march towards the Bukoda, who will help to introduce us to the Kitsune when we return. I'm going to go ahead and put the music on and mute my mic. If you all have any questions for the players or for me, good time to put those in the chat would be during the break, and we will answer those before we resume. So, here is your break music, and I will set the slate.
Stupid bug. My wife found me a cherry vanilla Coke.
Ooh. Your wife must really love you. Yes? No?
Yes, she really loves me.
Kind of had to pull that out of you a little bit there.
I had
Yeah,
to
my
look
wife
back
really
to make
loves
sure.
me.
She's sitting behind me.
Ah.
No, it's hard to find now, and it's sad.
Yeah.
Delicious. I love it.
Not as
I
good
love
as
it.
the old cherry Coke.
Nope.
Well,
Now
I
it's
think
just like
better than
Coke with cherry flavoring.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I'll give you that.
technically, a Coke with cherry flavoring is the same as Pepsi with cherry flavoring. I think they call it a Roy Rogers one way or another.
Cherry Coke used to be like it was its own like distinct flavor.
Yeah.
Are you guys familiar? I don't know if it's in the part of the country where you are. You're all familiar with a drink called cheer wine?
Yeah,
No.
I haven't had cheerwine in a long time, though.
What is it?
It's a. I think it's a cherry cola flavored thing. It's definitely cherry, but
It's like a cross between Dr. Pepper and Cherry Coke.
yeah, that's kind of what it is. I first ran into it when I was a kid, and we would vacation in Western North Carolina. That's where I first remember coming across it. And then about 5 to 7 years ago, was it, or has it been longer? Maybe 8 years ago, a barbecue place opened here in Orlando. Four Rivers Barbecue. There's a guy by the name of John Rivers who had made a little bit of a name for himself in going to some regional barbecue competitions and winning some of those with some of his meats and sauces and things like that. So he opened this Four Rivers place, and they started bringing cheer wine in to sell in the same bottles that I remember buying them as a kid. And so the barbecue there obviously was really good, but the another reason to go there was because of the cheer wine. And then in subsequent years, I don't know whether it was because it came into the area through Four Rivers, but one of the major Florida-based supermarket chains, Publix, started carrying cheer wine, and so you can now find it at Publix. And it's been available here for probably 3 or 4 years on the supermarket shelves. But yeah, it's
I think we can get it here.
Or like an East Coast / Southern thing.
yeah, it's I always got a sense it was
Cheer wine.
regional. I have no idea where they're actually based.
It's a
but
soda.
Never even heard of it.
Yep.
Never mind. I've just been told that she's never even heard of it, so I don't think they get it here.
Okay, all right. And you're in Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But I've lived in Virginia. I've lived in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I would imagine that out of any of those places, probably Virginia is where you would run into it. It seems kind of like
I've seen it in Georgia too.
Yeah, that whole North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, probably South Carolina, Florida. that whole corridor. Maybe Alabama, possibly Tennessee, someplace like that. All right. Well, the
That's a
evening
deep
has
subject.
passed, and
Sorry.
deep
I
subject.
couldn't resist.
All right. No inspiration for you. No. The morning comes, breakfast is finished, and you all begin to head out towards the little village here, where you will meet the Bukoda, and you come at some point during the day. You come to you're walking along one of these paths in the forest, and the everything is. Oops, gosh, that's very small, isn't it? These maps are not all to the same scale. All right, you're going along, and there is there's actually a little bit of a movement that Adamant and Oyohusa will detect. And that movement seems to be coming from over in this area here. The place where I'm pinging.
We've got movement.
And let me go ahead back to this area. I am going to grab these tokens. Get these. We don't need this one anymore. Right. So we'll go here, and you guys can sort of arrange yourselves however you would like to be. The guys are probably going to be closer to the front than other folks. Yeah, you guys can move. And we don't have any injuries. So those of you that are still showing any injuries, you can get your tokens all healed up. Bring them back up to full hit points.
When Oyohusa says we have movement, I'll say just in case this is something serious, which it probably isn't, but make sure you don't run off before I can give you a little inspiration for your all of a sudden Heather's words fail her. But Enka would have basically said something along the lines of, so that you get the inspiration of blah, 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 and yada, yada. Okay, there you go. Bye.
Yeah. The inspiration of the bards. All right. So you guys have you guys have Oh, come on, you. There you go. There you go. Dumb little thing, you. Need you. Need you. I need you. And I need you. And now we're breaking out into a Blues Brothers number. All right.
You,
We are?
I need you. I need you. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Well-
so
I should get inspiration for knowing exactly what you were talking about. No, I'm just kidding.
We've got half a tank of gas, a pack of cigarettes, and we're wearing our sunglasses at night.
Hit it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What was that in the background?
the absolute best part of that
Oh, you
was the
just didn't get
background.
the hand going.
No, he got us going, actually.
Okay. Okay,
I'm
yes,
hoping to
you.
want a loaf of white bread toast and 4 fried chicken.
Fried chickens.
Anyway,
right.
please continue. I'm so sorry.
We're serious now too. So you guys notice some movement ahead. What would you like to do?
I pull out my Sun
Oh,
Fortress and prepare myself.
Okay. You guys stop, and it feels a little bit like the forest kind of holds its breath, and then okay, so
And then a
what-
squirrel pops out of the brush. Just kidding.
Huh. No, okay, we have to roll this, and it's gonna be this, and it's gonna be this, and we have to see. Oh, yeah, of course. Fooling absolutely nobody, so there is no surprise on this, because the stealth roll was so horribly botched. There is a rustling in the trees right next to Adamant. And as Adamant turns, a large creature appears. And this large creature looks like a imagine that a hill giant and a rat person loved each other very much, and they had a very special kind of hug, and they produced an offspring. And that's kind of what you are looking at is it's like an ogre-sized rat humanoid that is there, and it lashes out with a whip at one of your guides, at the at Yethedri right here. And it attempts to make an attack. But because it does not get a surprise round, it cannot do so until everybody rolls initiative. So, we are going to roll initiative, and immediately upon seeing this thing, you all notice other movement and additional creatures become apparent. And
I don't think these things should become parents, okay?
and they all look like they are ready to attack. So, we'll go ahead and try to get these guys. I want to see if this stupid thing is ready. Okay. Oh, yeah, that works. Good. Okay, and then I can roll the initiative for these guys. Right. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, so we have Elora, we have Galibar, Adamant, Enka. All right, do we have an initiative for Oyohusa yet? I don't think so.
Hmm.
Okay, we have. And then we have. Okay, so now. Let me take a look at it. Oh, that's why. Bushy tenderfoot. Okay, I'm gonna go get rid of him. Oh, that's why. That's why it does that. All right. Zhang. There we go. There we go. Now. Okay, good. And I think, yeah, I really like this little utility because even as you add more people to initiative, it automatically slots them in order. Okay, I think we are good to go. Elora, it looks like a number of creatures have materialized in the forest around you. They all look like rat people. And they definitely don't look like they are friendly. So, what would you like to do? Elora? Can't hear
I was
you.
muted 2 times.
Okay.
She'll nudge Oyohusa and say, "This is how you properly do it." As she casts darkness up by the Death Mask 2 and up here.
Okay. Okay. So we will go ahead and we will get the, and for expediency's sake, to avoid having to move stuff around. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 5, 10, 15. Is that where we?
Yeah.
Is that where we want it?
Yep.
Okay.
A little bit over. If I can.
Okay. Towards you, away from you, above. Oh, okay, that way. All right. So we'll move it.
Trying to keep the one up here in the circle. If
Yeah.
possible,
Okay.
but if that's not possible, then yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Okay. Here's the thing. If we put it here, you pretty much have two people completely disoriented and in the darkness almost. If we move it here, you have one person completely in and three people that kind of, kind of right on the edge of it. So if you want to get more people in, you can kind of put it here, or you can move it back here. But they're spaced out just to the point that it's going to be nearly impossible to get more than two people.
Just move it back down here.
To get these two?
Yes. These
Okay.
two.
Okay. Are we happy with this, or do we still need to move it?
The Nezumi Cutthroat one and the Skull Gnasher one.
Oh, okay. All right, there we go. All right.
So then it blocks vision of the Death Mask too, so it technically is almost blocking 3.
Yep. And just a big globe of darkness appears in front of him. He's like, whoa. Okay. Excellent. So that's an action. Bonus action or movement for Elora?
Nope. That'll be your turn.
Okie dokie. Oyohusa. You are next. Big globe of magical darkness just appeared in those trees over there.
Something over here. I will run over here.
Okay.
And attack whatever the hell this thing is, this rat.
Okay.
Takes.
Yeah, 11 is not quite going to hit.
Okay, I'll swing again.
No snickerty snack.
Yeah, no, another 11's not going to hit.
Feels good. Flurry blows.
Okay. 16 will hit.
Okay,
6 points of damage.
Stunning strike.
Okay, and then let's see. All right, that's a con save, have we said?
It is a con save.
16 for his con save.
Think that does it. Yep.
Okay.
DC
All right.
15. I will make this attack.
Ooh,
23.
So for 10 points of damage.
And then another stunning strike.
Another stunning strike. 7. Okay. He is stunned.
It is my turn.
All right. This guy. And you hear this thing You hear this thing go, ah, ah, and it scurries through the. Where's the movement? There's the movement. Okay. So it goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It moves up here. And that's all it can do because it can't get any closer. Right, because it doesn't have any ranged attacks. Nope, doesn't have any ranged attacks. All right. All right, your Kashi tribe warrior friend. Okay, so let's go ahead to here is what I said I was going to do last time. I'm going to edit this, and I am going to do this and do this. You guys should now see in your journals. You should now see a thing for Akashi Tribe Warrior. I'm also going to do the thing for Orochi Ranger. Yes. And there's that. And then for the Bushy Tenderfoot. So Bushy. All players. All players. Save. Okay. You guys should now have at least access to the character sheets. You may or may not be able to move the tokens, but at least you can kind of look at the character sheets and what their abilities are and figure out what you want them to do. So this is your Kashi Tribe Warrior, Guduri. Somebody look at the Kashi Tribe Warrior sheet. Tell me what you want them to do.
Okay. Kashi Tribe Warrior. Okay. They will. They like. Okay, I'm gonna let's see how these guys do with can it shoot a poison bolt over it?
Yeah, sure it can. So if you have access to the character sheet, I'll let you go ahead and see if it will let you activate that ability. Okay, 26. That is definitely going to hit. And let's see what it has immunities to. It doesn't have immunities to poison, so it will take 15 poison damage. Boom. And then let's see. I think that's just straight poison. It doesn't give it a condition or anything. Okay. Yeah. Do you want it to move or do you want it just to stay
Yeah,
put?
it'll move back a step.
Okay. Oh, okay, good. It does give you guys ability to control the tokens. Great. I wasn't sure whether it would or not. All right. Anything else for him?
Nope. That's the end of his turn.
Okay. Nezumi Cutthroat. All right. So the Nezumi Cutthroat will move and will go. How many feet can he go? He can go 30 feet. So 5, 10, 15. Actually, he will go 5, 10. He will get right here because he has a ranged melee attack. As he's coming, Adamant, you see that this guy has a weighted chain that has like little blades in it, and he's whipping that around, and then he whips that out to you, and he makes a spiked chain attack. And with his first attack, he hits an armor class 18, which I think is going to miss Adamant. So because he missed with the first attack, he does get his second attack. And that is also a miss of an 11. But that seems to be what this guy is all about. And he is very sad because he missed. He thought that perhaps Nezumi Bone Reader. He is stunned. So he sits there being stunned. He can't do anything. Galibar, you are up.
Galibar will rush forward to be right here. He will rage.
Okay.
And he will hit this guy. Does a 22
AC
hit
22. That will hit.
for 13 damage?
13 damage. Okay. That
For
will
another
also
20.
hit for another 20. All right.
That's the end of his turn.
Okay. All right. Then Adamant, you are up.
Adamant is going to unmute himself.
Okay.
Because that'll help a little bit. And then he is going to do something he hasn't done in a while. And we're going to do a spiritual weapon.
Okay. Do you still have that token in your journal?
I sure do.
Okay.
And we're going to...
there was a thing that I saw with spiritual weapon, and I haven't been able to get it to work right. There's an API script that I found where I could give you spiritual weapon in your like as something that you could activate, and it would actually do a spell effect and cause the spiritual weapon to materialize on the board. It's really cool.
Yes.
All right. So
And
it's
then I'm
going
gonna.
to.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
attacking the big one there, and then I'm gonna hit this guy here.
Okay. So, spiritual weapon, AC AC 11 on the attack. That's not going to hit. So then your attack
Oh,
28. Ooh, that
that's
will
already
hit.
max damage on the first damage die. So
Yeah. So 15 and 4. Okay. 17 and 12 is 29.
oh no, that second number is if I was using both hands.
Okay, 17 and then 9
9.
is 26, right?
Yes.
All right, and with that mighty strike, this guy is bloodied. And this rat looks to be not liking life very much. All right,
I'm
anything
done
else
after
for
that.
Adamant?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm good.
Enka.
One quick question.
Sure.
Bardic Inspiration. Does that only affect one person at a time, or is it kind of a blanket effect that I can say these people here on this turn get it?
Let me double check. I think it's one person at a time, but I have to read the feature.
Yeah, it's one person at a time.
Yeah.
I thought you were asking if you could have it on more than one person at a time.
You can have it on more than one person, but you have to do each a separate one for each thing. Okay,
That's
so
terrible.
bonus action on your turn, choose one creature other than yourself. That's the way it's written. So this
Okay.
round you can choose one creature. Next round you can choose another creature. Next round you can use another creature, etc., etc.
Okay.
As long as you have applications of it available.
Okay. All right. Okay. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to move to a little bit of a higher vantage point, if possible.
Sure.
So that'll be my movement. And then the next thing I want to do is cast Bardic Inspiration on which one of you seems to be in the worst dire straits at the moment? Gallibond or Oyohusa? Which one
Well,
of you?
I
nobody's
haven't
been
taken-
hit. Yeah, nobody's been hit yet, I don't think.
Okay. Gallibond, you're the closest, so I'm gonna hit you with Bardic Inspiration, and as my bonus action, and then I am going to.
Okay.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, I was using the little heart for Bardic Inspiration. The wings I use more for Adamant's holy spells. Or
Okay. And then I am going to cast Vicious Mockery on at a creature you can see within range. So this creature here, and if the target can hear must make a Wisdom saving throw or take 1d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. Here, I'll just
Wisdom saving throw.
okay, and then basically I'll look at the creature and go, your mama's so fat that when she fell, no one was laughing, but the ground was cracking up.
Oh man. Well, does a 17 beat the?
Yep, my spell DC is 16.
Okay. Yeah. It kind of looks over at you and
What the hell was that all about?
Yeah.
Damn. All right.
Okay, so
I'm done.
move an action, bonus action. Yeah, 3D. Okay. Now, this you guys should have an Orochi Ranger in your journal. So somebody go ahead and figure out what you want your Orochi Ranger to do. Has a short sword and a long bow.
Which one is it?
It's the one that's active with the little turn
Yeah,
marker.
okay. Have her shoot this guy here.
Okay. So if you have access to the character sheet, you can go ahead and use the.
But I'm looking. There it is.
Oh, 11 is not going to hit.
Nope.
And she gets 2 attacks. The longbow. 16 will hit for 9 points of damage. Okay, and that's not a critical hit, so no stun effect this time. And you want her to move or do anything else?
We will move her up by this rock.
Okay. All right. Nezumi Cutthroat. Okay, Nezumi Cutthroat. Now we get to do one of the things that I like doing as a DM. We get to roll a die. My standard fare for things that find themselves in darkness and have no idea where the edge of the darkness is we roll a d8, cardinal direction. Number 1 is straight north. Number 3 is to the east, and so on. So just kind of clockwise around the directions. So we will do a d8, a 7. All right. So just kind of taking a total guess. Going to take a step this way. Oh, hey, I can see. Oh, no, wait. That would be 8. So 7. Oh, still dark. Oh, now I can see. All right. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So steps out here. We will look to see what we can do. Okay, that's 10 feet of movement. He has 20 feet left. Yep. Comes over here and takes that chain and tries to attack your ranger with the chain. So, AC 10 will miss. AC 20. Ooh. I think AC 20 will hit. All right. So 12 piercing damage. And then she has to make a check to escape the grapple. So
Okay.
somebody can 14. All right. Well, that okay, actually it would be just a strength or a straight strength or a straight dex, not an acrobatics check. Right? Or am I wrong?
You would use athletics or acrobatics.
Athletics or acrobatics. Never mind. You're right. Okay. So, yep, 14 is good. So not grappled. And the Nezumi Cutthroat is disappointed with that. But that's the end of his turn. Zhang. All right. You guys should have control of a bushy tenderfoot, which is the template that Zhang uses. So,
Now, I was saying, is he like completely loyal to us if we know or not? Well, in the sense of fighting, I mean, but yeah.
well, I mean, at this point, he is probably fighting for his life along with the rest of you. So that he would probably do whatever seems expedient. Now, if the fight starts to go against the party, then maybe you might find he's not that loyal. But for the moment,
He'll move down here and do his 3rd dagger attack.
okay. AC 20, that will hit. 11 will not hit. 22 will hit. So 5 and 6, 11. Minus 11 points of damage. Okay, from 2 dagger attacks.
Sanky, sanky.
Okay.
And that will be his turn.
Okay. All right. Death Mask Nezumi 1. All right. Death Mask Nezumi is going to make an attack against Galibar. And this time, since Galibar has gotten right up into his grill, the Death Mask's Mizumi is just going to open that big, huge rat-like maw and try to take a bite out of Galibar. AC 23. Does that hit? I think that hits.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes,
Okay.
that hits.
Okay. Does Gallipar have anything he can do to prevent? Because that would be 3 over your normal armor class.
has
I'm
that
raging, so I
inspiration.
can't.
Oh, okay, that's right. He can't cast spells when you're raging. Well, it would normally be 25 piercing, but it's only 12, and then you would need to make a try to escape the grapple with your athletics or your acrobatics, and I think you get advantage on those while you're raging.
Yeah. Do I make that now?
Yeah, you go ahead and make that. Oh, easily. The Death Mask Nezumi seems to he takes a bite out of you, and then he uses an ability, which is it counts as his movement, but it is not. But it is considered a teleportation. So he's going to teleport 30 feet over this way, which means that he avoids any opportunity attacks, and that is the end of his turn. So he takes a big bite out of Galibar and bounces away. And this Nezumi Bone Reader. What is he gonna do? Does he have any ranged? He does have some ranged attacks. So he will go 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, he doesn't even need to use ranged attacks. He can get right there. And he will bite, and he will make a spear attack, a melee spear attack. So bite 25 for Pierce. That will hit Zhang. And then the melee spear 10, that will miss Zhang. So Zhang takes 6 points of damage. And then we have our Skull Snatcher. This guy, this poor guy, all the way over here, so far away from the battle. All right. Skull Snatcher is going to go. Yeah, we'll go up here. 40 feet. And then that puts him in range of the warrior. And the Skull Snatcher will throw 3 darts. Dart the first, miss. Dart the second. Oh, that'll hit. Dart the third. I think that will hit.
Who's he throwing it at?
Oh,
Zhang?
he's throwing it. No, he's throwing it at the warrior.
Yeah, there is. So that is mine.
So 5
12.
and 7, so 12. Yeah, minus 12. Thank you, sir. And last but not least, oh, hey, you just got hit by a dart. What does Tirado want to do about that?
First forward, great sword attack,
Okay.
and it doesn't have advantage, right?
Let me just verify. What's the? Let's see. What is the? No, he doesn't have advantage on the attack now.
Okay.
For purposes of that. So 8. Ow. That hurt.
It will end it.
Okay. And then Skull Snatcher 1. Well, we get to do this again. 8. All right, so 5, still in darkness. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, hey, there we are. Well, he only gets 40 feet of movement. Where is everybody? 5, 10. Then let's see. Nope. Nobody's in range, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He'll just use a full round movement, and that's all he can do. And Elora, we are back to you.
Elora sees the big huge group of enemies right here, but sees the warrior and gets a little bit worried for what she's going to cast. She's going to do Erupting Earth at 3rd level. It's a normal level.
Okay. 20-foot cube centered on that point there. Okay. All right. So.
And she'll drop concentration on the darkness as well.
Okay. All right.
Yes, that takes a bonus action and takes a bonus action, but I think it's just by whim.
Okay. And then, oh, that's right, because I put it on the. I was smart, and I put it on this other layer here. So, but oh, crap. All right, let me just go ahead and make sure this is correctified. Okay. So, oh,
That-
shoot.
It's not my spell save. My spell save is 15.
There we go. All right. Cutthroat, Bone Reader, Skull Snatcher. Both Skull Snatchers need to make saves, and it's a Dex save. Okay, so let's do. Actually, let me just see if this will work. Dexterity save. DC is 15. Total damage is 27. And on a save, it's half damage. Yes, so let's see what happens. Oh, fudge. Stupid thing is letting me down. All right. Cutthroat. Dex. Fail. Bone Reader. Dex. Come on. Fail. Skull Snatcher 1 and Skull Snatcher 2. Skull Snatcher the first. Come on. Roll 20 is being really slow today. All right. Let's try this again. Okay. That is one success for a Skull Snatcher. Both Skull Snatchers succeed. And then our warrior.
Sorry, warrior.
No, that's. No.
Yay.
All right, he succeeds. Okay, so we have 2 failures and 3 successes. So this guy takes 27. This guy takes 27. This guy takes 13. Your ally takes 13. And this guy, whoops, come on. And this guy takes 13. All right. Anything else?
The earth will quake just the way that Enka said to the other big guy. And the area is rough and hard to move in now as it turns
Yeah.
to rough terrain.
So I'm just going to leave that box there. So anybody going into that area know that that's difficult terrain. Okay. Oyo.
All right, then. I'm gonna swing on this guy that's right in front of me.
All right.
Oof.
That's one miss. Hey, that's a hit.
All right. I still don't like him, so he can make another. I'm gonna do another stunning strike on him.
Okay. This will be Bone Reader. Con save. 16.
Oof.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna hit him again.
all right. 20 for another 8.
And stunning strike.
Okay. Yeah, see, he so far the pattern is he evades that first one, but then the second one he hasn't been able to get so far. Ah, and it happens again. So he drools some more.
And that's my turn.
All right. So this guy, Nezumi, looks at the weapon in the air. Rawr! Doesn't like that. But he is going to. He is going to move. Will he move? Hold on. What does he want to do here? What is the. Oh, reach 15 feet with that whip. Not 10 feet. Okay. So let's see. What can he do? Oh, not quite. Not quite close enough. Oh, but he is close enough to whip at this guy. All right. So Death Mask Nezumi will try to use a whip attack against your warrior friend. So he will AC 11. That will not hit. And then he gives a shrill whistle. And after he gives the shrill whistle, he will then yeah, he will then teleport over here, and the rest of these creatures, they look and they seem to look like they're getting ready for something. And Gudri, one of your other warrior is up. What would you guys like to do?
Okay.
Or what would you like to have Gudri do?
30. Okay, they will sword attack against.
Okay, that will hit for 14. Anything else?
But were they knocked prone by the erupting earth?
Let me double check. He made his save.
No, I think that's like
no.
something you're thinking about.
Yeah, it doesn't say the effect is knocking prone. It's just damage.
Okay.
And then half damage on it. But that guy made his save anyway. So.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, he's not prone. All right. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Cutthroat. The Cutthroat. In response to the whistle from the Death Mask Nezumi, the Cutthroat goes Cutthroat just runs here and runs off the board. The Nezumi Bone Reader is stunned, so won't do anything. Galibar, you are up.
I will rush this one.
Okay.
Make 2 reckless attacks.
Okay.
Does a 20 hit?
AC 20, that will hit. So minus
Terrible
11.
damage. Ouch. I'm rolling terrible damage. Okay.
You do
Okay.
still have your inspiration.
The inspiration doesn't add to my
Inspiration.
damage. Just attack and saving.
Yeah. Yeah, it will. Yeah, it would be worthwhile using it if you miss the attack. But it's like it's then literally a crapshoot if you use it on an attack that succeeds. It's like, will you get any better damage rolls on that next attack or not? Yeah. So, all right. 2 attacks there.
Yes.
Anything else?
Actually, I'm going to try to use my Dragon's Breath.
Okay.
Check. 12.
Yeah, it's you feel kind of frostbite in your throat, but okay, Adamant, you're up.
Adamant is going to look at these things around him, kind of shrug, and over here, and around this guy, he's putting up a wall of fire.
Oh, a wall of fire.
And of course, it's going to be pointed in at him.
Okay. All right. So, now he's within 10 feet of that.
Oh, yeah.
So, what is the damage? Oh, 23 damage. Jeez.
To DC 16.
Okay, DC 16. All right. Then that's a dex save. Let's see. Come on, can you make a dex save? Of course you can't make a dex save. So, minus 23. All right.
Then my spiritual weapon's going to move and smack again.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Ooh.
Smack indeed.
Wow. Wow.
That's 39 force damage.
39 force damage. Adamant. How does your spiritual weapon kill this guy?
It just goes in with the golf swing.
Okay.
Pops them up into the air and then back down.
Okay. And he falls. Enka,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
you are up.
I believe, if I am not mistaken, yep. Okay. So I am going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Oyohusa, and then I am going to, let's see here. So, sorry, I've got to zoom in here to look. just to verify something.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so all these guys here in this difficult terrain are almost perfectly lined up for something.
Okay,
good.
now remember there's 2 allies in
Okay.
here. So if that makes a difference to area of effect, if you have something that's like a line or whatever, you might be able to, or if you can position an area thing in such a way, or if you just don't care and you want to hit everything in there, that's fine too. But it's your call.
Okay. So let's see here. I apologize. That's a concentration spell. Drat. Okay, I guess I'm just going to see if I can't find the closest one of the bad guys.
Closest one of the bad guys
Would be
is
this.
either going to be that guy or this guy.
Okay. I am going to cast Vicious Mockery on this guy here. And
Wisdom save in his future, I think.
yes. Needs to be 16 or better.
Okay.
Nope.
Fails. So go ahead.
So
and
he takes a 2d4 psychic damage.
I think if you click the spell, it will.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oop. There we go.
Okay. So 8 psychic damage. All right, come on. 8. All right. Nice. Anything else?
Nope, that's it of my turn.
Okay. Hey, your ranger is up. What would you guys like to have your ranger do?
The ranger is going to shoot at the guy that's in the fire.
Okay. Is she going to move or is she going to try to shoot around all those other people?
Should go right here.
That's not.
Okay, that's not the ranger. The ranger is the one that's got the turn marker around her.
Yeah. And we'll come up here.
Okay.
All the way up here, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, longbow, so I mean she can shoot from one side of the board to the others. Ooh. 12 and 9, 2 hits. 12 and 9, 21, right?
Yep.
Okay. Not going to bloody it yet, but Death Mask Mizumi has other problems to worry about. Anything else?
That will do it, I think.
Okay. All right. Whoever is running Zhang, Zhang is going to get an opportunity attack.
With just a dagger.
Yeah, because Cutthroat is going to go 5'10" to step out. Then 15, 20, 25. Yeah, 15, 20, 25. Cannot help it, has to go around the area. So 25, that's 7 points of damage. And then because had to go there, Ranger can basically drop their bow and get a melee attack if you want. So Short sword, 17. 17 is exactly what you need to hit this guy. So minus 7. So where do we say? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. And I think Cutthroat can only go 30, yes. So that's as far as Cutthroat can go. That's its full round action. Zhang. What would Zhang like to do on his turn? Well, yeah, I think he's been kind of following you around, so.
Okay. Let's see. What can he do here? He can.
Bushy Tenderfoot.
Yep.
in the
Yep. Yep. Yep.
journal.
Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry.
You know what? Let's see. What's the range on his?
The range on
it's
his dagger
20
is 20.
20 feet. If I move, these guys are gonna like get all kinds of attacks of opportunity on me.
Just one.
He's gonna move, so this guy can attack if he wants.
Okay. All right. So, Nezumi, Bone
Has
Reader.
smoke bomb. If you don't plan on using action.
Okay. We'll just try to make a bite attack basically as he runs away. AC 14. I think that misses. Yep, that misses. All right. So, no damage.
He's going to do his multi attack. So is that just the dagger like this?
Yeah. So, throwing the dagger at the Bone Reader here.
Yeah.
Okay. So
25 hits, I imagine.
Yeah.
You make 2 more of those attacks.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
Yeah. Okay. So 7, 7, and 8. All 3 of those will hit. 14 and 8 is minus 22. Okay, and this guy is bloodied. Oh, come on. This guy is bloodied. There we go. All right. Yeah, Death Mask Mizumi bleeds. This guy. Okay. Bone Raider. For Gidry is going to get an opportunity attack. So that's a 5. So whoever is running the Warriors can do that. Okay, 18. That will hit for 11. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Skull Snatcher. Okay. Once again, the other warrior can get an attack. So that's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. AC 12, that will not hit. Okay. And Tiradu. 2 warriors have 1 enemy left in the.
It's gonna toss a poison dart at
Okay, so let's see. That's gonna be a disadvantage.
its range
20.
is 90 feet.
Wait, hang on a second. Oh, poison bolt. Poison bolt. I was thinking dart. Sorry. Some of these guys have darts. Yeah. Okay. DC 13.
That's not the thing. It's just a 27 to hit, 16 poison damage.
Right. Right. Okay. And that is that. All right. Anything else for?
They have 30 feet. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, just move 25 because it takes an extra square to get out of that area. So, yep, you can go there. All right.
that's the end of it.
Okay, and the Skull Snatcher.
Not that enemy
Uh,
attack.
Yep. 5, 10, 15, 20. 14, that will miss. 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. And just runs into the forest. Off the board. All right, Elora. One of your enemies is stunned. Several more are running away off the board, and one is surrounded by fire. What would you like to do? Produce flame. Okay. You can hurl the flame at a creature within 30 feet. Range spell attack of 18. Yeah, that's going to 18 will hit. So go ahead and roll 2d8. 4. And this little rat's hindquarters are singed. Okay, Oyo, you are up. You have a drooling rat person in front of you.
Yes, I do. I will swing
Okay.
at him with unarmed strikes.
That will hit for 5.
That's a crit.
Yeah. Oh. For 12. Goodness.
Oh no. Scary. And then I'll flurry of blows him.
Okay. Okay, they will both hit. 7 and 5, so 12 more. But now this guy no longer is stunned. I don't think. All right. So this guy, yeah, he's got a decision to make. Do I want to burn alive slowly in this prison of fire, or do I want to roast alive quickly by trying to run through it? Well, Running appears to be the only option to potentially surviving. Yeah, or Adamant, do you roll more damage now at this point? He's starting his turn within 10 feet of us.
Ends the turn.
Ends the turn. Okay.
If they run
Uh,
through it, they have to take it as well.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, and there's no way he can avoid running through it. So he's just going to go 5,
5d8.
10. Wait, yeah. So it's 5, 10, 15, 20, minus 22, which will bloody him. Um, 25, 30, and off the map. Okay, so he's just running away. And Gidry. Everything ran away. But she's got
There's
her
gonna be a-
longbow.
Gadri is not the archer.
Oh, that's right.
The
That's right.
poison bolt at
Okay.
this one.
Okay. 22 will hit for 13 damage. Okay. Is she gonna move or just hang tight? Because everybody seems to be fleeing.
Well, she's gonna out of that.
Okay. All right. Excellent. This guy. All right. Oyo, you can take an opportunity attack if you want, because this guy is fleeing.
All right.
Okay. So 5, 10, 18. That will hit for 5 points of damage.
And I'll do a stunning strike.
Oh, okay. Well, then in that case, let's bring this guy back here. Stunning strike. Bone Reader. Con save. Oh, he fails. So, he does not, in fact, flee. He plans on fleeing, but then his feet fail him and he begins to drool again. All right. Galibar, you are up.
I'm gonna rush into this guy,
Okay.
recklessly attack him with axe.
Oh, crit. So is it 25
Plus 12.
plus
Lots of
25 plus 12? 25, 35, 37 from that attack.
Alive.
Yeah, this guy is bloodied.
Another 15.
Yeah, for another 15. Okay. Take a big, huge gash out of this guy.
I'm going to attempt to Dragon's Breath.
Okay. Yeah,
16.
16.
Okay, they need to make a
DC 16 dex save for 15 total damage. All right. Let's just see how bad this is going to be. Dex save. Oh, it's going to be really bad. All right. So, describe for your adventuring companions what happens. How does it look when this guy falls
They
over?
they are trying to flee. So Galibar just rushes at him, takes 2 slashes with his great axe, then brings out a huge freaking burst of ice onto it. So as it's running, it's taking a step and it freezes midair and then falls over.
Okay, so let's see. Breath. Breath. Frost. So yes, he dies, and he looks like the cover on that. Looks like the cover on that 5th edition campaign book where the guy just has the frost blasting through him as he throws up his hands trying to block it. All right. Falls over. Adamant.
Well, guy's not in the fire anymore, so we're gonna let that fire go away
Okay.
before the tree catches fire and he gets yelled at by the druid.
Okay. Well. Yeah, it probably actually. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say that we probably already have a little bit of angry druid going on here. Okay. Then I'm going to grab this and delete it. Okay. So we have a little bit of flames going on over there.
These two guys aren't getting away.
Okay. What are we doing with them? Ooh. It explodes. DC 15.
And it
dex
exploded.
save. Wow. Okay. Bone Reader and Cutthroat.
You're gonna blow up this tree in the process, but
Now he's throwing it behind the tree, so it'll send some leaves off. Tree will survive.
Okay, so Dex save for the Bone Reader is a failure. Dex save for the Cutthroat is also a failure, so they both take 22. Minus 22. Bloodied. Minus 22. Bloodied. Okay, and then singed leaves. Okay.
It's still fireballs not going to set that on fire. It's all
right.
That.
Okie dokie. Enka. Well, yeah, all your enemies seem to be trying to run away. Some with more
And this
success
was
than
due
others.
to, if I remember correctly, one of them whistled.
Yes.
And everybody started leaving.
That's got my curiosity piqued. And let's see here. Okay. How much? Oh, 30 feet. Okay, that's not going to help. Do. Ay. Can I possibly, having assessed, like, from my higher vantage point, kind of watched where these guys were going, and to see if maybe anybody's given a certain look in a direction or whatever, can I do a little bit of a look of insight to see if I can't figure out if it's just they're running because it's like, run away, or is it get out of the area because something bigger's coming?
Yeah, you can do an insight check and see if you can figure out why they're running. 14. Best you can tell, they're probably running because they realized the fight was going against them.
Okay. Oh, do. Okay, so pretty much, other than this guy here that's in front of Oyohusa, and these guys clear out here, there's no other
Nope, there's no
bad guys in the
other.
vicinity. Okay. All right.
Everybody else has made a fair escape
Yeah.
beyond the range of the battle.
Oh. Well, they're in range.
Gonna burn down more of the forest?
Nah. I won't do that.
It's my job.
I cast Vicious Mockery on this guy here.
Vicious Mockery. Okay.
Yes.
So he has a wisdom save in his feature?
Yep. 16 or better.
Ooh, failure.
I insult his parentage and make fun of his looks, and so he takes, let's find out, 5 psychic.
5 psychic damage. Ow! And you can hear him start to cry as he continues to run.
Okay. All right, so that's, nobody else really needs anything. I'll just climb down off the rock.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right, Yithridi. This is your ranger. So what do you want your ranger to do? Okay.
She is going to.
Plank with 1 arrow.
Yep. And she's going to use one of her archer's eyes to add to the damage. Oh.
15. And that 15 is exactly what you need to hit. So
That's going to be 1d10 to the damage. That's 13 damage to that one.
Okay, how does the arrow kill this guy?
Right through the back of the neck.
Okay. So this guy's just running. He gets insulted. He goes, ah! And then, and he just sprawls in the grass with an arrow
And
through
she
his neck.
moves over here and hits him with another arrow.
22. Okay, that will hit for 9 points of damage.
She's mean.
Yeah. Anything else?
Nope. I think she's served her purpose here.
Okay. Well, this guy stumbles a little bit as he gets hit, but he just keeps running. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and off the board. All right. Zhang. What would we like to have Zhang do?
He will attack the Bone Reader.
Okay.
And he'll do his multi-attack.
Ooh. So, for 8. Oh, how does that dagger kill him?
Just goes in the back of his neck and severs his spine,
Okay.
portion of his
Right.
spine. Yeah.
All right. And he falls over dead. And with that, dun, 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 combat is over. The enemies have all been vanquished. And your allies will say, oh, Nezumi, I don't know what they're doing this far away from the swamp, but some of the trees are burning. We should put them out. They kind of
Sadly, I can only cause flame, but not control it.
look over at Adamant with a bit of disapproval. But as we said, this one up here is just singeing, so that does. Okay, who's on putting out fire detail?
I'm using Ray of Frost to help along with that ice.
Okay, all right. So I'll say that within like 2 or 3 rounds of working, you guys can get this pretty well. All right. I'm
Takes
gonna
a moment.
leave. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that difficult terrain there because that doesn't go away. That box there. Oh, what is next? We have just a few minutes, so
He
how
is
would
going
you
to
like
call
to-
a Sun Forger back to his hand.
Okay.
Loot, 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 loot.
Okay.
Try that again.
Galibar. Yeah, really interesting. You run over to this guy, and with the Death Mask Nezumi, you see that this guy has, if you, Chris, have ever seen, like sort of the carved wooden, tribal masks that you sometimes see that come from certain cultures in like Africa or Aboriginal cultures or things like that.
I did not hear anything after you run up to this guy.
Oh, okay. All right. Then let me try that again. You, Chris, if you are familiar with African tribal masks or things like that that you see from wooden carved masks from different cultures, you see that sort of covering this guy's nose and eyes. He has sort of a wooden mask like that on. And then he doesn't appear to be wearing any kind of armor. He has a whip that is kind of an unwieldy whip for a medium creature because it's so long. It's 15 feet. But you notice that he's got blood on one of his hands, and you notice there's a pouch at his belt that is bloody as well.
Okay. I check what's in the pouch.
Okay, what's in the pouch is a piece of your flesh that he bit off. He bit you.
Ooh.
That's not right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take that out of the pouch and just freeze it with my ray of frost and then shatter it.
Okay, fine,
Like, yeah,
done.
no, I'm not being checked or anything, like whatever that is. The whip did necrotic damage.
Yes, the whip did do necrotic damage.
Well, I will
Is it-
grab
well-
the whip and did anybody have identify in the group? I can't.
No,
Yes,
I don't. But
I do.
I'll bring it over to Adamant to see if he can identify it, to see if it.
Okay, so we will worry about that. What about anybody else looking at any of the other enemies that lay vanquished on the field?
Yeah, I
I'll go
assume
over
we'll
to the big
probably.
guy.
Okay, well, no, you're dealing with that
Oh.
one. So you stop, Chris. You
Well,
deal
I
with
said
the
I
one thing you have.
I
So,
said I assume we're gonna loot all of them.
okay. So who's looking at the other ones?
I will let other people loot the corpses.
I'll take a look at the big guy.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the one that he was just on. That's the one.
Oh,
that
okay.
Gallibard
Never
was
mind.
just on.
This one?
Okay, Skull Snatcher. This guy doesn't have any armor. Appears to have a kind of a bandolier around his belt, which is almost like a crude ammunition belt, and several slots are missing, but he has about 5 darts in there.
And that's all he's got.
Yeah, he just had. Yeah, he doesn't.
No, I'm just kidding.
And then whatever whatever he's wearing, which is kind of
These
like,
guys and all their bandoliers.
yeah. So, who's looking at other enemies?
Oh, Oyo, are you looking at this guy?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
search some nearby enemies, sir.
Okay. The Bone Reader at your feet has studded leather armor. And he's got a spear.
Feeling magic helmet.
Yes. And yeah, that's let's see. He also has a pouch, and the pouch appears to have like a shrunken skull that looks like it's and you can tell it's shrunken because it's like the size of your thumb, but it looks like it's the skull of something like an owl or a bird of prey or something. Best guess, it's probably some sort of fetish or focus or something. And then anybody that would check the other Bone Reader finds the same thing.
Okay.
All right. So, and Adamant, are you? Well, you can identify, and I'll let you choose whether you're going to do that as a ritual or use a spell slot.
He'll
for it.
do it as a ritual.
Okay. Yeah. The whip seems to be made of all natural materials. And other than being a little bit larger, the whip in and of itself does not seem to be enchanted. However, there is a kind of gradually fading residue, as though it had been subjected to a magic, magic of some kind.
Probably elemental weapon.
Yeah, so you're not sure whether it's like a spell that was cast on it that had like a certain duration, or whether it was like some kind of effect of the creature that was using it, or what. But yeah.
It's just a normal whip Galibar,
Okay. Well,
although it's heftier.
I will add it to my bag of holding as a
Okay.
giant
Trophy.
rat whip.
Yep.
And then I will go over to the big one again and take off the mask that it was wearing.
Okay.
And add that to my bag.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. And okay. And Elora, as Elora tends to the trees, a little friendly breeze wafts by and seems to appreciate her efforts.
Fire.
All right. All right. Well, everybody, we have come to the end of our session.
Man, that session went by fast.
Yeah, well, that tends to happen when you have a combat, is like, and just as a question for player feedback, and kind of for future reference, when you guys have any NPCs that are with the party, do you guys like the idea of being able to control what they do?
Yeah, it works for me.
Yeah.
Okay. To me,
it
Go ahead.
also assures that the players are the ones doing the killing and not the
correct.
DM.
Yeah.
So
Correct. Yeah. I'm not sure why I hadn't thought of that before, but the reason I thought of it is that in the Saturday night game, where they're playing first edition rules, they ran into a first edition is something that has always had the notion of you have hirelings or retainers that adventure with you. And they ran into a spellcaster that cast an original edition hold person on the party. And in original edition, hold person, you get one saving throw. You don't get subsequent saving throws. And it lasts for something like 90 minutes.
Yeah, like 90 minutes is what you said.
Jesus.
Yeah. And the only way you can break out of it is by having a dispel magic or the reverse of hold person cast on you. Even if you take damage, that doesn't break the hold person. So it basically immobilized 3/4 of the party with that one spell. So I said, all right, I'm going to let the players play the retainers so that they can try to figure out what they want to do. And then the thought I had was, oh, you know what? Anytime there's NPCs that are allies of the party, why not let the players do that? So
Yeah, that's what my one of my other DMs does, but
yeah,
he can't kill he tries not to kill the players, but man, he will gun for those NPCs.
yeah. Well, yeah, it's kind of like I like the idea. I've always liked the idea of having the players give input, but even if the players tell the DM what to do, that's kind of like an extra delay in getting it done. If you just
Yeah.
let the players do it, it's more direct. And
I would
Um,
suggest that, I mean, and this is just me, and I may not have been paying attention when you kind of did this, but I would suggest that before combat starts, literally, these are the people that I have, who's taking what, and actually, like, have them kind of put their name on it a little bit so that you can remember, oh yeah, we're at such and such, and it's going to have the initials of Oyohusa or whatever, and then that way you're not going, who had this person again?
okay.
I mean, it might help a little bit as a reminder to that player as well as yourself who's got control of that NPC.
I
Yeah, we
just know
can.
that one time that the Tindlefoot or whatever his name is, Zhang, was my mom came upstairs right at the time his turn came, so I had to answer her back before I could unmute myself.
Okay.
And so then kind of took over for me, so.
All right. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you, players, and thank you, chat, for joining us this evening. Gonna go ahead and get you guys ready to head over to There Will Be Dungeons. Oh goodness. Get ready to head over to There Will Be Dungeons and see what's going on over there. So let me go ahead and do that. For those of you that normally join us only on Sundays, I want to wish you a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year!
Because it will be a new year by the time we are back on Sunday. Coming up tomorrow night will be the last Monster Monday of 2020. Then Thursday night, at the moment, we are planning to have a Sword Coast Chronicles on Thursday night. However, we have 2 out of our players on Sunday night that potentially are affected by the events that happened the other day in Nashville, because we have
Oh, geez.
one player who actually is works for the city of Nashville, and we have another player who actually could potentially be involved in the investigation. So
Wow.
What happened in Nashville?
There was a bomb.
Oh.
Guy
yeah,
blew up his
so
motorhome.
yeah, so depending on how fast that all gets resolved, they may still be involved with that on Thursday, or they may be free. Obviously, if we have 2 people dealing with that, we probably won't have a session. So for now,
Well,
we're planning on
wish him
having
luck.
one. Yeah. Fortunately, our guy that works for the city wasn't working then, and because he normally does work overnights. So fortunately, he was off that day because of the holiday, and that wasn't there. But lots of.
They apparently found out who did it though.
Well, that's
Oh,
good.
okay. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, Anthony Q. Warner, 63-year-old.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But they were saying on the news that it was like he was very reluctant to take, like too many lives because, you had the speaker system that had they think it was the sound of gunshots that was recorded and basically stating that, this is a bomb, get out of the area, blah, blah, blah. And then, so very few people got hurt because it was also at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
profilers were like, yeah, this is someone that didn't want to take, undo lives or whatever, but looks like he was maybe targeting that Sprint. I think it was Sprint or AT&T.
It's
hub.
AT&T, yeah.
He
So-
died in the bombing.
Yeah, I heard that they found flesh bits. It's like,
Oh,
Yep.
right. Viewers, gonna let you guys go on ahead. Thank you for joining us, and see you next Sunday.
we don't want to traumatize them.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Wonderful.
Yikes.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a really sad